I'm just gonna make sure the audio is good before I get started. Sorry, someone distracted. We have a lot of time today because we're going to be streaming for quite some time. Alright, lowered it more. Is it any better? I can't. Okay, I lowered it a bit more. Yeah, I think this is probably good. Alright, so I'm finally fucking back. Oh my god, it's been entirely too long since I've streamed last. I did not want that pause to last that long, but honestly, I did a lot. In the meantime, if anyone watching this who has been following with whatever the fuck I've been doing, or goes back and look at it, or whatever the fuck, oh, what the fuck? What? Why did that happen? Why did it, like, reset my stream? What the fuck? It's probably fine. Well, if I have a second one, I'll just delete the one before because that was just a lot of bad space anyways. But I guess just to reiterate myself before my shit breaks again, or whatever the fuck, I fucking, set up my fucking Discord. Oh yeah, speaking of that, I need oh yeah. Okay, hold up. Because there's a new thing I'm going to be doing now. And especially because of the art that I'm going to be running. And essentially, I'm going to be streaming on Discord. I'm gonna keep streamer mode enabled because, or I'm not gonna have it open. Oh, it's not, but no, fuck, we can actually bring it over real quick. Kind of want to, there we are. But I set up a Discord where anyone can join. There are quite a number of roles. Like, I'll just tell you naturally, yeah, all of these. I have my own role, you know, fucking server creator, but then I have like a co-owner. He's my cousin Jaden. He does a bunch of badass shit. But then I have, you know, close people that I know. But then this stuff involves my Patreon. The more you pay, the more access and the other shit you're allowed to do. If you want to do it without paying, you gotta actually talk to me. And I may convince into giving that rollout to people. Depends on you. That, or you're going to be on the Frantic tier where you get the basic shit. I'd explain it all, but it's kind of, again, just explained already in the server. So I'm trying to get this set up, but what I am going to be doing now is I'm going to be in here, which anyone in the server can join, but they don't always have permissions. When you are in this group, this fucking one, depending on what level you are in the fucking, or not level, or like what role you have in the fucking server, you could text in the chat, which I'm gonna keep open over here, and depending on what level, you can even speak during my own streams. I'll try to moderate it as I can. But it also, what's it called? When I'm starting to, what's it called? Having to draw, let's say, less safe for work stuff, that will be streamed directly actually into this Discord. Right now, there's no point in me doing a second stream to the fucking, what's it called? Brain not working. No point in streaming to here specifically through a dip button while I'm not doing anything. But while I do, I'm going to shut off this screen. I'll find some image to replace it with for the meantime. But if you want to see the bigs and tits and other bullshit that's gonna get drawn in the background, join the server, because anyone can see it as long as you join the fucking server. And as for that, that's mainly was set up originally for Putrid, but I've recently gonna step back from that story because it's a lot of extra work for something that I may not even be able to promote as much. Right now, there's no one in the server, so it's so I'm just gonna save up the fucking how that shit runs. But customer service also, because in the Putrid tier there's a lot of shit I offer. I also set up a merch store while I was gone, and what's it called? I also set up a merch store while I was gone, so people can support me without having to do some form of subscription or something. Just like, oh, I just want to give like $20 or so to this creator or some shit. You can also donate on stream, and I don't know if Patreon set up donations yet or something like that, but as a whole, donations would be nice. I need money. I need to start getting paid for this shit now. That's the title of this fucking stream. But yeah, I'm instead of working on Putrid, because making a uncensored and censored version of the story as a whole is going to be annoying. So that first tier is no longer necessarily for just getting an uncensored version. It will be uncensored as far as what's it called? Right now working. It will be uncensored as far as anything I wouldn't be able to post, like if there's a certain language that Webtoon wants to fuck with me on, or certain sexual scenes that they want me to put on, or whatever the fuck ends up showing. And I would be able to post that on my Patreon instead. Also, one thing that's bugging me is my character is too far down. Alright. But in this page over here, as you'll see, I've already set up the shit for it, because the comic I'm going to be making is called Killer Academy. I'm going to be setting up the pilot first, which is just going to be 5 episodes. Maybe I can get into an original, because some people really do get set up that fast. But if not, then I'll think about how I'll approach it when I do the full. But just want to do a pilot just to make a good start and grab some attention before I make up the full thing. The description is, everyone has their deepest, darkest desires that they hold from the world, but some can't hide it forever and become the psychos of this world. That's why we need you, my dear little killers, to come and take that sadistic side of yourself and do good with it by joining Killer Academy, where we fight fire with even hotter fire. Will you survive until graduation, or will you be buried with the rest of these psychos? There's only one way to find out. I think I'm going to do some better punctuation real quick, because I kind of had some a little bit run off some sentences. I think I'm going to put that there. Sorry, I'm just gonna think about it. Screw that. I don't really feel a lot of the punctuations right now. I think this sounds, I think this reads better. Try it again. Sorry, I got a little caught up in my little tisms. Everyone has their deepest, darkest desires that hold them from the world. Or that they hold from the world. but some can't hide it forever, and they become the psychos of this world. That's why we need you, my dear little killers. Come and take that sadistic side of yourself and do good with it by joining Killer Academy. A place where sinners are turned to saints and will learn to fight fire with even hotter fire. Will you survive until graduation, or will you be buried with the rest of these psychos? There's only one way to find out. I think that reads infinitely better. And, by the way, just donk, and it's because we're going to post that there, and obviously, here. Donk. Oh no, I reached the cap. Okay, okay, no. Fucking Webtoon. Alright. There we are. But yeah, anyways, everything's already set up for both these on Webtoon and this. I just need promotional images, and then eventually I will be doing the first thing. And this was funny as fuck. I had to figure out, like, alright, what gore did this have? Oh, this is gonna be fucked up. They're gonna be fucking. Right now, I don't know why I drew to a blank when it's really easy. I was trying to say there's gonna be fucking guts everywhere, all matter of organs, bones, and brokenness of all matter. It's gonna be pretty fucking detailed for the most part. We're dealing with psychos and shit, so of course there's gonna be a lot of sexual content and suggestivity. I've already thought about a rave scene, and that's probably gonna be pushing it the furthest. Fan service, again, about the same thing. Profanity, though you're dealing with fucking murderers, they're going to be non-stop swearing through the vast majority of the story. Though I do understand the importance of that making every character a fucking has-been hotel character where they're all just going to be constantly swearing. Keep it realistic, like how where people speak. Same thing with drugs. This whole comics part of the power system is kind of drugs, and I'll get to that when I get to there. In terms of fucked up shit, there's going to be all matter of topics brought up, especially that one, then we're gonna be here and there about how that will go. That one, yeah, that one. Kind of, well, it's a school setting, so technically, yeah, that one, yeah, that one, probably that one, because of that one. I think the only one that, I mean, maybe not eating disorder, but I just throw it in there because at this point, like, does it make much of a fucking difference? But yeah, I should probably read the terms of service. It's probably fine. But what I'm really gonna be doing, because I already set up my roadmap, and I made the roadmap for fucking Putrid finally. Well, I'm not even gonna redo it because of this. But this is literally as big of the roadmap for the entire comic. It is pretty simple. I don't even want the story to be that long because I want to be able to use it just as a launching point to go towards something else. Probably either towards Putrid because I feel that has a lot of multifaceted shit and it's really good marketing potential. I just need to get some trust before I make something to that level of fucked, as well as so much more of an audience. Right now I have 0 views on this very stream and very little followers on much of things, so I need to just get some shit out there because I'm starting to get some help to get my shit out there and shit started. I've been feel like I've been procrastinating on this shit for my entire life to the point that yeah, now I'm being faced to get kicked out. And very soon I'm gonna have to live on my own. The little surprise was supposed to be my merch, because that is, it is basic shit for the most part. Like, it is print on demand. Like, it ain't anything insanely special. Don't feel no need. Like, I'm not trying to induce FOMO on any of these items. If I can, I'll try to keep as much up as I can, and maybe archive some stuff, and like I'll bring it back at some point. But most of the stuff is not that insane. Like, just some stuff that honestly I wanted to wear to some of the events I plan on going. Like, this is pretty dope. Yeah, they had only women underwear, and it's the only underwear I wear anyways. And we got a cup. The shorts are alright. This turned out good and bad. And just generally, get what you want. Like, if you are personally okay with getting a thing, because don't get something to like, I guess I'll get this. Like, I don't want you to get some bullshit. But if you're okay with what it is, then by all means help me. I need as much support as I can get nowadays. So, and I'm not gonna click into my Patreon. My Patreon has some fucked up shit already posted in there. And if you want to see my fucked up shit again, you got my Patreon. But for now, basic synopsis. I am gonna be pulling up shit to actually draw. That's good. Okay, one second. Stretch my legs. Okay. So. We're gonna use just another big. Let's up the resolution. At least 140. Because this is just gonna be. We're gonna put, because I'm tired of just making more and more pages. Probably already one, but I'm just gonna leave it at this one for now, just to be sure. Fuck. We're gonna name it. Let's name it the planning board. And name. Oh, okay. So I can share the resolution isn't too low. It's fine. Again, this is just for like explaining shit. My tablet or my pen's be giving me a lot of you don't keep giving me problems. So where the battery charge is just these stupid ass Picasso pins suck. Like I wouldn't necessarily say don't ever get a Picasso tab, because for the affordability, and it really is pretty good when it works, and that's really the issue, is that it just doesn't want to work half the time. Kind of. Not, I would say half the time, but like it's just the pin sucks. If you're gonna get a Picasso tab, keep in mind that at some point you're probably gonna have to get a different pin, because this one is like, it's good when it works, but you know that's the issue, it don't want to work. So anyways, Killer Academy. How do I explain the power system of Killer Academy? Because it is both simpler and more flexible than Putrid, but also more complicated and more abstract in its power system. That's saying a lot, considering how I left explaining the last fucking story. But essentially, fuck, that's it. Now you have. God damn it! Alright. Before we. Like, I'm gonna pull a real statistic on how many people, like, and how many people are considered psychopaths. Because that's basically what this world is. Psychopathy is, instead of just being a normal brain disorder, basically is like a rare mutation that basically sucks away your attention for other life and makes it where your own priority is just you and satisfying yourself. So anyone with this condition is considered Okay, please, God, can I remember how to spell psycho? I think it is like this. No, it's not. I wish my school didn't suck so much. Um, Psycho. I think. Fuck, it's close enough. You become a psycho in, let's just do, because I forget, it's like one in every. I'm gonna do it. 100, or probably for the purposes of this story. Only. How many? Because there would have to be about. Because the world is generally going to be different. So say there's only like 1 billion people left alive at the point of the story. It's for 1 billion people. There is. So I do think the statistic. Okay, we're doing some googling. How many people become See, I did spell it right. I was right. All right. I was right about the percent. Because I know my shit about being a horrible human being. Yeah, I was right. Literally, every 100 person. And if it's 1 billion people, that means there are 10 million. I think that means there's 10 million psychos, which can work because I could just have it where the vast majority of psychos are in the dilapidated parts of the world that have been rotten or ruined by psychos. So the missions that these kids go sent off to are reclaiming. So it'll work out. It'll work out. So yeah, 1 in every 100 people are a psycho. Now there's levels to it. There are really any a better name for psycho. Could have maybe. Basically, there's 2 types of functioning. There's high functioning. It's high functioning. And just because I am proud I was able to write that so fluently and quickly, we're gonna use that again. So, I lied. It's the worst company in the fucking world. It's worse than fucking OpenAI and all this extra bullshit. Please! Oh my god. Right. And there is a spectrum in between the two. Just layers. Some people, like, you're usually fighting against losing your mind. Not yet. They can basically, you can go between the two. I did not do those arrow hits very well. And what's it called? I need a name for these, especially because I'm gonna have to be making the story like today. Like I need some names. Because I already know what the high functioning ones are called. They are actually no, never mind. Hold on. No, I can do this for free. Reopen. And it's up. I'm gonna look up some synonyms for psycho. Synonym for Hmm. This was some good words to work with. Nutty. That's cool, right? Queer, right? Fuck. Fair, they're not supposed to be direct ones. It's more of in between ones. How many ads are going to be blasted on this fucking website? I have, holy shit. To get a little off topic, we have one. Oh, it saw me looking. Oh, look, they're running away. Oh, it's back. All right. Now we got one. We got two. We got three ads. And I bet if I kept scrolling, there's gonna be a fourth one that's gonna pop up somewhere. Jesus Christ. Oh, yep. Look, number 4. Jesus. No, I'm not installing your stupid shit. This one's synonyms. Fuck it. Fuck. Delusionary. That could be like a group. Bananas. Monomanic. I oddly like that one. Monomanic. The monomanics. Monomaniacal. I think it's a little too long to be really rememberable. Crackers. Fuck. I think I'm just gonna have to. There were some that did. The deranged. The demented. Look up synonyms for killings. As in headache? No, as. Give me the other one. I don't. Like. Alright. Well. Okay, never mind. Murderer. As an assassin. Kinda. I already tried killer. I didn't give me anything that would work well. I don't want to spend like an hour trying to find a fucking name for this shit. What about just straight up psychopath? Psychopath is not a real word. Are you fucking with me? Did I just not spell it right, or? I guess psychopathic. Sure. Paranoiac. Demented came back. Probably am gonna use that one for like the Demented. It's a Demented. Demented. I think Demented could work for one of the words. Still not even the main one I was looking for. Schizoid. Do I use schizoid? I mean, that's part of my name. Okay, I have a workaround, but I got a word that'd help. How do I get that? Oh yeah, I forgot. You had to move your whole head to get that fucking tail to swing. Alright, so a high functioning psycho is just called a psycho. Hey, come back. And Ben. And on Mr. Oh, Ben. Nope. Ben. Come on. Oh, I just. Fuck. Alright. Fucking. Charge the shit out of my battery, I guess. So, a high functioning psycho is just called a psycho. They don't get a special name. But when they lose functionality, they start to go through a process called, it's just called dementication. Just fuck it. And which, as over time, they lose themselves and fall deeper into their desires and shit, and they will turn into demented. Is it with an E or is it with an I? Right? But if you do Killer Academy, you could be a psycho and have some kind of respect still and humanity. And be a kill. Wait, come on. Killer. Triple. All right. And a lot of, well, not a lot, really, it's more rare to find a psycho who can have a better sense of self, but the ones that do end up being able to have a better understanding of their abilities, because their abilities is power equal abilities in the story are based off of mathematical equations instead of a fucking Rasengan, a fucking a horrible fucking hand. So a Rasengan, right? God, I don't even know how to spell it. Is the equivalent of mx plus b. Because, well, it's more, well, it's technically that, but these, okay, we're going to have to fully explain. Basically, there's your X factor, and then there's your function. Now, the more of these that you use in an equation as a higher tall, I don't know how to spell tall. Higher price, I guess. And are harder to cast the more of these that you use in an equation. And requires more available energy, essentially. Now your X factor is connected to your black heart. Because the main thing that sets apart psychos from normal people is their heart, is their blood. Generally their blood is a different color. And it's black. Their blood doesn't have color. And for every heart that you have is a desire. It turns out your desire is in your heart. And also gives you one of a factors, which could either be come on, man. There's an adder, subtractor, multiplier, and divider. You can do whatever one of these that you have to your desire. So you can take whatever your desire is and add to it by your own same desire. Or, again, it wouldn't matter if you had a function, if you just had a desire than a function, because there'd be no output because you didn't do anything to it. So you need a second use of your function. So you need to mix basically an idea of how you want to output your desire. Because your desires, the way you use your desire is limited simply by your imagination. If it vaguely goes with your ability and you can vaguely change it with your function, you can almost do whatever the fuck you want as long as you have the creativity to manifest it properly and envision it. Henceforth, why everything is going to be done in mathematical equations, because it's the only way that characters in this comic have learned how to master and learn their own power. I thought it'd be cool for an academic-based comic to be based on actual academia. What's it called? So now to further explain this, we're gonna go into, what did I call it? I was thinking about it. Attunement. this I am pretty sure I spelled wrong. But your attunement is broken up to natural and connected. Or no. Natural and enhanced attunement. Natural is basically, well, everyone has their own natural potential and affinity towards or attunement, which is going to be affinity. I prefer attunement. Everyone naturally is attuned to their own desires to such an extent. Now, psychos are able to tap into it, but not every psycho is as fully desires or is as what would be the best way to really describe exactly what I mean. Not every psycho is obsessed with things to the same degree. I think that's the best word to describe it. So that naturally leaves a gap in their attunement. Now, this comes from lineage. If we're gonna do, how do I, if your mom and dad, right, had an attunement of 0, their child has a max potential of 0 to 10. That means everyone has a chance to get a higher attunement. That's why it's, again, 1 in every 100 people can have it, because it's harder than I think. Like, you're more likely to have a lower number on this attunement scale than a higher number, even if you could technically reach the 10. It usually matters about your parents' life and how they lived, specifically your mother, because that's where you came from. But if you were to have attunement levels of like a 5, that would probably be between, well, really, let's do the next one because then it'll give me a better idea. And then one more. Because if you do a 10 out of 10, your potential is between 10 and 20, because you can actually go past 10. Let's say you have a 5 and then a 10. Let's see, how would the math be? I think you take the first two numbers and then you add them up and then divide them into 2. So this would be 5, and then you take that number that you get and then add on top of it, which to the original base. Basically, left side is 0, right side's 10, and you take your two parents together, add them up, and then divide them to 2, and then you add that number to either side. So 0 would become 5, and 10 will become 15. So if you did 5 and that, you would get what's called 7.5 out of 17.5. And that's how lineage affects your natural born potential. You generally cannot get anything higher than a 20 though, because if you had two 20s, let's basically do 1 on the side. Variable 20? Which one? That'd be insane. With 220 ranking people and how to chat with each other. You're basically just, it will guarantee to be a 20. There isn't even an in between. That's important for a certain character, actually, because I can think of one character, definitely one specific character in my story, who was probably in this exact situation that we're depicting. And the character I'm talking about is the principal of Killer Academy, but we'll get into him when we get into it. He's like evil Gojo, but he isn't gone for like 90% of the story. In fact, he is quite present. And that's just your natural born attunement. The higher your attunement is, the more of these abilities you could use. The price, essentially. Like, let's say every one of these is like, let's see. Okay, let me think. Trying to think. Essentially, this doesn't have a price. It kinda. You can add as many pluses as you want. You're basically just making a longer equation. It matters more on how you're going to break it down. But each time you break it down, whatever specific factor you're adding them to use, because people who use additioners, for example, are better at doing multiple like versatile spells, because at the end of the day they're basically doing spells. And like if someone had like a fire ability, you could do like a fireball plus fire whip to have like a fire mace, and can combine them, or generally just shoot them out separately at the same time. Basically, you can technically do like a shotgun by having tiny fireball, tiny fireball, tiny fireball, tiny fireball, tiny fireball, and shoot that off at the same time, and have a giant scatter shot of fireball, essentially. But the higher this is, the higher the price is. And it's up to your experimentation and basically notage, because you have to figure out the value of the attacks that you're throwing out yourself. Like, again, that's why it's in academia. You have to learn shit. So you can only cast as far as your attunement will allow you to. There has to probably, because one thing that is coming to mind is now there has to be a recovery rate. The other thing is I already have a natural tune thing, and I'm trying to think how the recovery skill is going. Sorry if I'm being silent, I'm thinking up a lot. Basically, this. Oh shit! What? This recovery rate as well. So you can have a rank of 20 of your recovery rate, as well as a rank 20 of your lineage. Again, I have a feeling the principal probably has the same thing, where he's level 20 in both those things. You get Gojo, motherfucker. Your recovery rate allows you to get however many points of these things back for how many seconds. if your recovery rate's rate 5, you get 5 points every second back, allowing you to cast decent spells decently fast. If you have a recovery rate of 20, you basically never run out of spells. You just can keep rapid firing your shit. But that's when we get into enhanced, which takes us already kind of OP side of the power system and takes it even fucking farther. Starting with the first way, because there's multiple ways to enhance your stuff. There is connection. Connection. Vices. And contra. Now, this is how the leveling field is. What's it called? Like, this is how I level the playing field, I guess is what I meant to say. Where, essentially, keep pressing the wrong shit. Where essentially, through connection, this is more, I'm just got the right. Perform tasks that deepen connection. Yeah. Which can be expressed through gradual or spontaneous. Now, essentially, you have to perform certain tasks. Like, let's say your connection or your desire is getting high. Literally, there's one character, or there's probably a couple characters, that their vice and thing is to do with drugs, and their way of connecting with it can be through either gradual, which is easier to attain but less effective for the time that you do it, which would be for him to like smoking weed, cigarettes, or just generally him smoking. It's probably why he'd be always smoking, because he's always gradually upping his connection. But then there is spontaneous, which is doing a task that so heavily shifts how you perceive your desire, it gives you a much bigger boost in your connection. These goes towards your natural progression. Essentially, you only max out at 20. You can do all your spontaneous shit in the world, but by the time you hit 20, that means there's basically no more experience that can help you. Which also means people that are born at level 20 can never use these. They're already birthed with fully realizing their desires. Literally. That, or they're birthed with the ability to completely comprehend their shit without the need of deepening their connection. But for a lot of people, no, they gotta do some shit. For that drug guy, you would think, alright, instead of smoking weed, now this motherfucker just did coke or DMT for a spontaneous boost. But it would have to be like his first time doing shit, because that would go into the next part. Vices, which are experiences give me my fucking dab back. temporarily, I can't spell, boost to essentially for that guy, every time he'd smoke, he would get stronger as he's high. If you were to do the EMT, even though if he's already done it before, he would still get a boost by being closer to his shit. This goes towards as, god damn it, I glitched, like, stop for like 2 seconds. A bonus. The biggest keyword here though is it is temporary. Now contraband is similar but more permanent. Because it is based off of being in contact with certain items that boost so again, we'll go back to Mr. Drug Guy. His item would be like a fucking gift card. Because if you do drugs, you know why it's a gift card. But for, I guess, explain because somebody would be there. Gift cards in general, not even just any gift card. It could be a credit card, bank card I use to roll or use to line fucked up shit. So as a whole, it would be his contraband. And that's how attunement works and how you get bonus. Bonus can go up to 20 more. More. Or more. Up to 20, that's it. So you can, if you're already level 20, and you are on your vices, and with a P contraband, you can raise to a max of, what's it called, 60. Now, your natural rate can be capped, cap. I don't know how to spell capped. Sure. At capped per heart. Because some people are born with multiple hearts, which means they can technically, most people are only, or anyone who ever gets born has another 20. So technically, you max out naturally at 60, or because a second heart, because you really don't see anyone more than 2 hearts, but there is one person with 3 hearts and one person with 5, and then later on in the story, yeah, I don't think it ever goes more than 5. So it'd be 80 for 2 heart, 100 for 3 heart, and for one very specific character is fucking, let's see, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, I think it maxes out. I think it maxes out at 60 for that one dude, which would be just absolutely insane. But there's only certain characters that go that high. The vast majority of the characters really only stay within this general limit, or really this general limit of 60. But then there's also Pale Hearts, which is all of this without the cap. Their vices can take them as far as they experience them. Their connections can keep building and building and building. Contraband can boost them to abnormal levels, and naturally they also are born like they probably could be born higher than a 20, maybe. I guess that it could, because yes, do that's normal Blackheart. If you do on and fucker, man. Are you shitting me? Oh my god. Pale Heart though, max out at 30, because at that point it'd be fucking impossible to have any higher than that, because you'd have to have 2 Pale Hearts have a child at that point, and there's supposed to only be 3 in circulation, I believe. It's because one guy has 2. So anyways, this is the general rubric. It can go higher, just generally speaking. There isn't necessarily a cap, and like there's usually a cap, but there's ways to work around the cap, and that's for very important story reasons. That's why I said it is technically simpler than the other system, because it's just one system across the board. Like that is it in terms of explaining the system. But as you can see, it is also more complicated at the same time. All right. I think that is good for that in terms of explaining. Well, yeah, that. Now, to go back to here, for explaining now, I shouldn't draw too much new shit, but just give me a second. Drink some water before I throw up. Ooh, all right. Now to actually explain, the whole name of the comic, the Killer Academy part. Now we're gonna get into story. So actually, no, we are gonna be making a page. All right. I want Psychos to be the story to be almost like it's a newer phenomenon we've had to deal with ever since. Brain needs a think. Probably something on the lines of a science experiment gone wrong, right? Where, what's it called? They were trying to push the evolution of humanity to a new form, and created the first successful person, and he had the first ever Blackheart, But what they weren't expecting were all of the extra side effects. Now, in terms of how they got the powers, maybe aliens or some shit, but somehow they get the means to create some experiment that had these effects on people. And that motherfucker escaped and had a child. He actually had quite a lot of childs. He'll probably be like some Genghis Khan type motherfucker, and has had an insane amount of kids. And those kids had their own kids. And as the strong bloodline bled through, it got diluted over time. Now, 100 years after that initial outbreak, essentially, basically the intermingling of psychos have gone on, where there are some pure families who believe are psycho free, and then probably some like a little something in the background that goes, actually there's this one guy, or this one person lied about theirs, or was able to, because they're probably got to be, it's hard to lie to not be a psycho because your blood is literally black. But yeah, if you aren't awoken yet, because again the dementification, what's it called? I didn't even mention the fact that to go from person to psycho, you need a psychotic trigger. Or work, man. Yeah. So it's called a psychotic trigger, or just simply just a trigger, and that usually is kind of like a connection, a spontaneous connection, where something traumatic in your life happens, where you are basically something that happens where you're forced to obsess over your desire. And when that becomes such a big priority for you, and when that becomes a priority for you, you become a psycho if you have the genes to do so. Some people just go through traumatic events and then they just kind of die or depressed. They don't have the genes to turn into a psycho. So some families specifically breed to make sure they don't. One in particular probably has a lot of inbreeding issues now I think about it. And a lot of humans are trying to fight against specifically the demented, where there are groups of psychos who are bad. I'll probably, again, spurring off from that original test group of psychos, there was a group of people, maybe a family, or certainly someone who said, fuck them. Fuck that original psycho guy. It's not right to want to be, because the original psycho guy basically wants all humans to die. He wants there to only be psychos in the new race to regime over all the Nazis and shit, basically. Jesus. And probably one of his first sons, and I just realized there are a lot of... Okay. So, I need to be smarter on where I place how these people happen, because it is going to be, alright, my cousin. We're going to make our own family. Okay, so to get away from that... Okay, let's say, for the sake of trying not to have incest issues in the story, um, the first experiment gets a hold of, like, after he gets his first set of children with a normal human, because that's what he'd have to do. Him and his first set of kids went and took over the plant that made the first one, and then he started mass producing other ones, and then having his kids with these new psychos, so that there won't be incest issues. So one of those first generation, or first generation psychos, not the original psycho himself, that'd be the ones that he made. The first psycho's sons, and one of the first generation of new psychos had basically started their own shit where they tried to breed the strongest possible psycho to combat against the basically king psycho. That ultimately resulted in the principle of what's it called? Principal of Killer Academy, who was the strongest version of that. Their plans kind of backfired because he kind of killed the shit out of his entire family and became more ambitious than even his father. And it's gonna be like, he realizes that if he wants to win the war, he needs to play both sides and get what he wants. He needs to figure this out. Cuts. Ooh. All right, now I know where the Pale Hearts. Because I've been trying to, while speaking, I've been trying to think, okay, where the fuck's the Pale Heart coming in all this shit? The Pale Heart could be a natural born, weird deviated thing that is only seen in 3 people at any given time. At some point, with one of them on registry died, there would always be another one eventually found. There would always be 3. They never don't know why. I'll probably figure some reason. Maybe it's religious or alien or some shit. For some reason, there was only ever 3. Before, because Horseman Apocalypse. There will be a certain number of Pale Hearts at any given time that... Ooh, maybe it should be 4. So I already had plans for the first 3. And there'll be one in hiding, and he's basically Jesus. And he's been a Pale Heart forever, and what the fuck. The Black Heart was a failed experiment to try to replicate that. And that's why Pale Hearts are able to have all these badass abilities without the psychotic effects that turn them into evil-ass bastards. And the Mega Psycho, essentially, is what happened after that breathing incident went wrong. Is trying to collect all 4 Pale Hearts so he can basically become God or whatever. His first plan is to find the missing Pale Heart, because as far as he's aware, there's only 3. Or probably he might know that there's a 4th one. But he knows that 2 of them are in one person's possession that he's not going to be able to go because that person has 2 Pale Hearts. Now, what's it called? Actually, no, there's 2 people with 1 Pale Heart. One guy originally had 2 Pale Hearts, but was taken from him by a certain other character. And he is almost like the mega businessman supporting the Killer Academy. And he's posing as basically posing as Jesus. But in reality, that guy's story was he had a black heart, and then he ripped out the white heart of the guy with 2 pale hearts. It was basically supposed to be like the prophet. There is Jesus, which is a guy who's been having 1 pale heart forever, but he lives in seclusion. And most people don't even know of his existence. And then there's always 1 missing. As far as they're aware, there was those 2, and then there's 1 that recently died from a certain character. And now the president is trying to find that guy with a pale heart, which he does by opening Killer Academy. And we figured out what we had. We made it there. Now, Killer Academy is also a front as basically him, his family got good standing with the humans and tried to be as defensive as they could, but there was some level of distrust, especially after the incident happened. He used that as one, a ploy to set it up as someone else murdered his whole family, and he was like the age of like 6 or some shit. And no, it was that him, but he used that as a ploy to make his family look different against the rest of them, so that he can propose Killer Academy as a child. And he worked towards building up this shit and was able to fully get it in full production and get his name as the principal after proving himself by the age of fucking 10. Where he would have basically 10 years of running Killer Academy. It was rough at first, and it hit its peak stride about the time the story starts. And at the time the story actually starts and you see the main character roll in, the principal is probably 30 and has had 20 years of graduates who survived Killer Academy. Because the fucked up thing about Killer Academy is you die. A lot of people die. Essentially, any convicts that were captured rather than killed were given a chance to try to be a graduate at Killer Academy so they can become a killer, which are people who kill psychos. Second, I need some water. Because all I'm doing right now is just speaking out my ass. Here we go. The deal, again, as I was trying to say before my body cut me off, was that he would take these criminals, people who were captured psychos, as well as people who are predispositioned or proven to be psychos, whether even with or without a criminal charge, which will have the difference between black-handed and red-handed killers. Black-handed are the ones that haven't committed a crime, and red-handed are the ones that have. So the ones with the black-handed ones, they had kind of an option. Kinda. Either try to live a normal life, but you have to be at max monitoring and you have to be labeled as a high-functioning psycho, which basically means no one wants to hire you besides like basic labor at best, and you just live a horrible life. Or you could be a killer and use your talents and abilities to kill other psychos. It's pretty dystopian, but as a whole, humans at the moment have no sympathy for psychos. They want them all dead, essentially. So using them to kill them isn't that much of an issue, as long as they can kill them if they don't do it. So, yeah, they're kind of really the synopsis of the story. There are certain characters that come in and out, and very key characters like the professor, who is the teacher of class 1, because there's probably going to be like 99 classes or some shit. Do some math. Let's see how many we should have. Because I really don't want there to be more than 99 classes. So we'll do like 5 divided by... Let's pull up this, because I do math weird. 5 divided by 99. It doesn't show me it beforehand. Yeah, fucking bastard. And okay, never mind. Fuck that one. I'm gonna do it on my phone because my phone calculator is apparently better than my tablet. Alright. Let's do have to do 100 classes. Alright, I think I can do this now. Alright, so I did some math on my phone. Essentially, there are going to be 100 classes. There is basically every class is going to have O, and then like 99, 9A, 2, 25, then there's going to be 2 specific classes. There's class 100, which is because they're ranked by worst to best class. You're initially set up by potential based off your entrance exam, and set in classes from weakest to strongest. Strongest being class 001, and weakest being class 100. And for class 100, you're in the special monitor group and are subject to full termination as an entire class. Class 001, though, has the highest expectations and should have the highest graduate rate per class. By graduate rate means more like survival rate, because graduation requirement is simply staying alive until the end of the 3rd year. So you have to survive 3 final exams, which are probably going to be some of the fuckest moments in specifically being inside Killer Academy. Maybe not even the story as a whole, but that part of the story. As a whole, there is 2,400 students per grade level, having a total count of my phone will fucking load, 7,200 students on the campus. As it is a massive facility that is Killer Academy. It'd probably be bigger than almost any school that currently exists. And it is to do all sorts of fuck shit, because again, failing isn't like getting an F. Failing means you die. It's like a mix of Mashy, Muscles and Magic, and Suicide Squad. There to go. Tired, but I got a lot more work to do. So that's the setup of Killer Cat. There are certain clubs I want to set up, and you're required to join probably at least one, and you're recommended to join. Basically, you either focus on one, you do a by club structure, or you do bounce structure. Basically, you go from club to club. The main character does the latter. A lot of people end up doing the double, and there's a couple of people who really just focus on. Since I need to think of clubs for the final story. So, in terms of the plot structure, because right now, what I just did is I can... What's it called? Now we did. It's nonsense and... Now, we... Just think, give me 1 second. I need to sit. My ass is starting to hurt. Sitting like how I'm sitting. Ugh. Ow. My ass hurts. Look how far I started slumping in my fucking bed. Fun fact, I stream on my bed. My pen got to be so fucking broken for no goddamn reason. I know for a fact that this battery is going to be charged when I put it in the charger. Alright. Alright. Now, for the story as a whole, there's going to be 3 seasons. Let's block this up. 1, 3. It's so horribly done. I'll take that. Not really, because there's a fucking straight tool. This one. Alright. So, story needs to start in MC goes normal school. And lives happily live relatively but wished help psycho pandemic, I guess. Till custodian went psycho. I did not spell that right. on, you stupid ass pen. Wait, that's not season one, but it's kind of the start of the story. Like, this would be the first couple of episodes. I could probably keep going. Kind of need to keep going. But I need to do something before I can do that. Jeez, I need to take these lines and There's one thing I didn't explain. Real quick. Also, so I could speak, because I've just been writing at this point. This is part of my art stream where I'm just kind of going. There is a ranking system. Right. E S S, which can go up to 6 S's. First S is usually as there's a decent amount of S classes. 2S is very rare, but not entirely too uncommon. Triple S is some very substantial characters, and quadruple S, that's what the principal is considered normally, but he eventually attains 5S, which is considered usually the highest you can go. There's only one character from the start of the story that is considered 5S, him, as well as the Prophet, which is the guy who originally had 2 pale hearts. And technically Jesus is also kind of another 5S character. Now 6S is a potential that you won't even see till later on in the story, because it is basically just it's 6S. There's nothing more than that, because it is the more. It is basically plus. Like, it is anything that would be considered somehow higher than a 5S. And this is just for the really OP characters. Because the whole reason I even thought about this comic is because I was thinking about how psychopaths are given badass names. So I wanted to have a ranking system that reflects that kind of what's it called? Narcissisticness that killers have of themselves. And I thought having it where they're ranked by like quadruple S ranked would be a good way of showing that. But anyways, back to writing my story. Fuck, alright. That's a pretty dope story I just made on the fucking fly. Now, a lot of that literally just made up. Like, I've had some of this shit pre-determined, but that's pretty dope. Alright. Alright, so let's go through this story. Because I'm gonna quickly just... Alright, so essentially, I'm doing this first season. Like, this is the out... yeah, you can see it. This is the season 1 outline that I meant. That's what I meant by season 1 outline. So the next thing is I need to actually draw the characters that are important, and then I can fill in some of the other ones that aren't as important. And the ones that I haven't even thought of yet can be made up more or less on the spot when I need them, because I need the story to be started already. And then after I do that, make some promo art, which involves this shit, essentially. I'm actually just going to make one big image, and I'm just going to use parts of that as promotional art. And then I'm going to make... Every episode's supposed to have a splash across the top. Or maybe not, I don't know. I need to generally make some, like a logo and whatnot. So, after I do my promotional art, and I can have all that shit, I'm going to go straight into the pilot, which is going to be part of the story. Season 1 story. It'd be weird if the pilot pulled from like season 2 or 3 or some shit. But yeah. Essentially, alright, the MC goes to a normal school at the start of the story, school, and lives a relatively happy life, but wished he could help with the psycho epidemic. Pandemic. That's more of an epidemic. Can't fix it. Until a custodian went psycho, which in the process of him doing that, he caused the main character's trigger. Now, I've already figured out what I want the main character's ability to do. It is kind of a riff off of... Some of the story is kind of a riff off of My Hero as a whole, honestly, but I think I played it myself enough for it to be at least pretty unique. But the main character's ability is when he takes damage, he gets stronger. Now, I'm going to think about how far that can be pushed in itself, because it's a very simplistic ability, It's usually the main character's ability is almost always just going to be, well, he punches really hard. This guy, it's a little different. He has to sacrifice, which is interesting because his whole thing is he doesn't want to kill someone. But for him to even have power to stop someone from dying, he himself needs to kind of die. Like, at some point, he meets someone that can regenerate him, so he can constantly be taking absurd amounts of damage and get absurd amounts of power boost while still being able to basically survive. Eventually, the damage isn't going to be limited to just physical, but mental damage, which allows him to slowly, generally get stronger, and that's how he does connection. That, and he slowly builds scars that he keeps on his body that allows him to keep a certain amount of his power. And he permanently doesn't have his, what's it called? Either his pinky or his ring finger. He keeps make sure he doesn't have that. Same thing with one of his toes. Probably his right next to it's probably his middle toe, that or like the ring toe. But yeah, he keeps certain parts of his body, like even doesn't have some of his back teeth at some point, and just he keeps parts of his body damaged so he can consistently keep power. Parts of his body that he doesn't mind not having. So that's his power, and is activated by taking a traumatic amount of damage that could have killed him, which activates because he never really got injured like that. It's like because he always lived pretty safely. Now, yeah. So MC's trigger after saving his friends from dying, because that's how he even got the trigger, because he went to save them and the custodian almost killed him. He got his trigger and he killed the shit out that custodian, or at least restrained him until killers showed up to kill the custodian, probably more like that. And he was restrained, put easily bag, put overhead, and brought to Killer Academy, where he meets the principal. Most people don't meet the principal when they first get to Killer Academy. This is just for him, because he was notified that he had a pale heart. So the principal wanted to talk to him for his little plans. So the main character learns that he has a pale heart, and that he must enroll and take the entrance exam, or that he will be considered a psycho and be murdered. Even though he has a pale heart. Because he's given a bad deal. Either you do it essay or die. So he takes these entrance exams, which involved, there was the initial testing process, which is like, how much can you binge, how smart are you in these certain areas, what's your writing, how fast do you do, like just generalistic shit. And you are not allowed to activate your ability during that shit, and it's because they want to gauge your innate potential, which you can gauge by not using your ability and just using your strength, until the final exams, when they're all classified into their own classes, between class 1 to class 001 to class 100, and each of these classes individually had to fight the principal. The principal made it an all-day event all day and night event where he would fight every single class, one on 24. And basically, it's just a way for him to flex and for him to get a good gauge of the students. He also makes it a point to kill one student in each of his classes. So actually, I'm going to raise it to 25. Or actually, before the entrance exams even start, okay, so essentially there's two parts to this. There is the massacre. So after the basic entrance exams happens, everyone's get brought into a field and are told that there are this many people, but we only need this many. So I'm sure y'all can figure what y'all have to do to get it down to that number. So the main character during that whole scene is trying to save lives, so everyone's constantly being murdered until the number gets put down to 2,400 students, or probably 500. Yeah, because 100 students have to die now. So 2,500 students are left and are all categorized in their classes, which now they have to do the final exam to get into the test or the school alive, where they all 100 have to fight the principal. And the principal makes it sure that one of them dies by the end of this part of the test. Give me a second. What am I want to do? Swear to God, I had. Okay. I wasn't even going with the fucking thing. Yeah, he has to fight the prince. Everyone has to fight the principal. One of them dies until they all finish and are accepted into Killer Academy. Alright, so where was I at? They're passing the entrance exam. A conference is held for the remaining students, which is funny because it's held in the same stadium as Big at the start. And originally it was a full 360 stadium, but it's still the same stadium, but only the front of the stadium has people. And that's just to show how many people died during this process. Because it's probably going to start with, what, there's 25. There's 10,000 students. We need 2,500. So 7,500 die immediately, and then an extra 100 dies as well. So 7,600 students die within the first day, essentially. And as a whole, it's because they're all criminals. There are people who are going to be turned into criminals or just generally murdered. So as a whole, they don't care that many people just died. There is there's 10 million psychos in the world, so 7,000 of them dying isn't that insane for the population. Because I have to think about these type of things in the population control. Because if this is what's going on, then there should be basically like 7,000, 14,000. Yeah, it works out. I think. Don't think about it too much. But yeah, a conference is held to fully explain the school and what their purpose is. The fact that they're supposed to kill the psychos, and how they're supposed to be trained, and that they should be fully aware that they can die at any given moment. Though constant murder is not prohibited because they are trying to use death only when they think it will make things better for their causes, essentially. So unpermissible death is not allowed and will be punished. And that's what I meant by saying fully explains the school and school by the principal, where he then also exposes to the whole school that we have one very special student who has a pale heart. Do with that information as you may. And yeah, he clearly is aware that he just put a giant target on the main character's back for a school full of still, at this point, more than 2,000 people. And there's still the other graduating classes, which are constantly funneled down. So there's probably, as a whole, not much more than 4,000 students in the school, because by the end of the first year, the number is supposed to basically get halved. So let me do some math real quick, tell you how many students. So that was so my math is right. There are 4,200 students in that school. 4,199 of them are all going to be gunning for the main character. Now, how many people are actually going to be graduating from the school based off this math? Only 600 graduates can potentially come out of what's it called, or less really, can come out of this process. So they funnel the 2,400 students down to just 600. That's how many people fucking die. Holy shit. That means 6,900 or so, I think, if I'm the right number, died during this process. That means that's also why the graduates are considered some strong motherfuckers. A graduate is basically almost always guaranteed to at least be A, S, or even double S rating. If they go anywhere past that, that usually means they made some name of themselves and aren't even considered a graduate anymore. Just wherever they are within their own business. But out the gate, the people who are just considered graduates, especially they people keep the name graduate if they stay in the school to do certain work. I don't know how big the number's gonna be, but now it doesn't important. But yeah, anyways, targets on his back. Despite that, the main all 2,400 of these students then do a vow. They go on a big ad line. They are allowed to say up to 10 words. And they'll do that because the main character says that he vows not to kill any fellow students. And then the next person comes. So he is one of the first one. I think he's the second right after the number one student. And yeah, he basically vows the opposite. Or not the opposite, but he basically says, I'm going to be the strongest killer. Yep, that works. One of them says, I'm going to kill every student here. That's the main character's rival. One guy who's obsessed with killing. Of course, that's the rival for the guy who wants to kill no one. Yeah, despite that, he vows to not kill a fellow student. He then has to choose a club and a contract as well as adjust to school life. Essentially, that means that there are certain clubs. I'll think about which one's which later because it's not important to the pilot. I think I'm going to be going for not as far as I already know certain clubs that are existing, like the fitness club, the nerd club, occult club, technical club, apparently food club, cannibals anonymous type shit. Like there are going to be a lot of different clubs, and there's a contract that you can run for a club. You start a contract with your club, you essentially are either saying A, you're going to do by club, which means you can pick 2 different clubs to stay in, but you have to stay in during the course of at least your full year. You can swap a club afterwards, but or swap both of them, or you can choose to keep them. These are for people who aren't exactly sure which club they're going to be wanting to stay in. Now, then there is mono club or whatever, some shit like that, where essentially you are choosing to stick yourself in a single club for the course of a year. You could change the club after that year, or you are to stay in that club. But then there is course, which basically means you are going to take one club and stick with it for just a semester. And you are to, again, either swap or keep by the second semester. No matter which way you do it, you kind of either focus on one, and I probably think I'm going to simplify it more, because I think it's needlessly extra. It really is just, you can pick up to, let's just do 3 clubs, but you're expected to do certain things. You gotta make sure you're smart. It's better to stick with one club at a time so you can fully focus on it. And that's what the main character and the main character's best friend, kinda, to an extent. That's what the number one student's kind of supposed to be for him, at least earlier on in the story. And you just cycle through a club every semester. That's what the main character's going to go ahead and go do. So that's why the contract is what I guess you can find out is what is his tension with that club. You can also be unsure, just it's between you and the club that you go to. Now, before he could even make it to his dorm, an assassination attempt was already put on his life by a couple of the students in like assassination club or some shit. And they almost kill him. They were getting pretty damn close. So the number one student stops them. And the number one student does this strategically to gain the main character's trust, and they're trying to convince him to join the same club because he is oddly very antisocial and just kind of wants a friend, but he's very full of himself. So he gets him to join the club, and they basically go through the same shit. They both go nerd club, and it's funny that they both go the same one, despite the fact they look like they'd have different outlooks, because the number one student is more of a jock archetype, I guess you could say, and wasn't expecting him to go for nerd club first. And they both go, though, for the same reason, because where he looks like he's dumb, he's actually pretty smart. And he realizes that going to nerd club will allow him to learn more about, one, the abilities of math and all that system, and what the fuck not, but also generally what happens in school, because nerd club should have the most information. And it is, because it's tied with technical club for having the most available information about Killer Academy. Now, they do this, and before they get to their club, though, they have to, you get to see them as they write down their shit, but they never actually get to the club. They first have to go to the first day of class. So when they head, this comes the head during first class, where instead of a teacher, they find the principal waiting for them in their class. Kind of like how they found, the kids found All Might and fucking My Hero, because we're not expecting that guy to still be here. And they're basically go, "You're gonna be our teacher?" He's like, "Ha ha, you're funny, fuck no." I, on the other hand, do have a specific interest for this class. And he explains how the classes were separated from class 100 to class 001 to see who's the strongest. 001 is the strongest, so he specifically wants to see this class. And be the one, and it's because he has to be the one to take them to their actual teacher, or the professor, I mean. So, and he explains that the professor that he's going to be, where, yes, I'm not going to be a teacher. The man who is going to be teaching you is of near equal footing of me. The only other man that I personally know that can even stand against me. And he's going to teach you how to fucking be a killer. And that is probably, right now, the only name I have in my head is Zombie Man. A guy who is probably more immortal than any character I personally have ever seen in fiction, but whoever's seen this, there's no motherfucker who has a more ridiculously dumb regenerative factor than this dude. The reason that they had to go on a field trip to even meet this motherfucker is because his head is impaled 2 ways on a max voltage rod that is inside of a massive frozen in liquid nitrogen cube. It is submerged underwater, underground, with no internet, Wi-Fi, radio signal possible going through. And he is constantly being administered massive amount of sedatives and venoms and poisons, all multifaceted, sent straight to his brain through these rods that is sent through him. And this facility is massively guarded by some of the strongest killers to ever graduate out of Killer Academy. All just at the same time with them still saying, despite that, we're pretty sure that he's still down there under his own volition. We kind of do this just to save face, and for in the case of keeping someone else from getting him. We like to hope to believe that this is working to restrain him, but honestly, with his track record, he may be able to break out at any moment if he really wanted to. Yeah, this guy is a fucking different beast, and it introduced so early on in the story that it gives you a good perspective of, because you have yet to really see the power scaling, so this just gives you a nice little taste of, that sounds a little fucking absurd. Oh, look, he finally fucking responded. So yeah, the professor gets taken out, and he completely regenerates his entire body because he was literally just the top half of his head. He didn't even have a jaw. And yeah, when he was released, the students got to see his entire body regenerate within moments. And then yeah, he basically goes. So I woken up, I was kind of having a nice sleep there, almost proving that yeah, he could have escaped if he wanted to. So when they get to meet him, they explain that he's going to be the teacher of these guys, and that he never was brought in out to teach before. And he's like, I mean, probably could. I mean, I've been alive for like 50 years, but so he's been alive for 100 years. He might be one of the sons. I could see that being a thing. And he's like, alright, I got enough experience in this shit. I can probably teach students. Sure, I'm bored. So the first thing that he does is their BOY, beginning of the year exam. And he just basically throws them in a tournament style match that he rips off. Basically, he's probably gonna do something on lines if he skins himself so that he can wrap it around every student's neck like a necklace. And it's because during this tournament that he basically tells everyone, like, all right, kill the other kid. Some people are hesitant, like, I don't know. And some people get into it, like, oh, we get to kill each other? That's fucking dope. And everyone has their own reaction, but ultimately, no matter what, they have to follow through. But he isn't actually wanting them to kill each other, henceforth why he skinned himself and put his skin on everyone's neck. And it's because whenever a strike was that he can tell is going to be lethal, that skin he can micro control off of his body onto someone else to grow and envelop any attack that these kids could have thrown out, and basically protect the kid, and he calls the match there. Whichever neck piece activates first is the loser. It's less, but he basically thinks of less as winner and loser, and just the fact the match is over and that I am done evaluating your skills. And he does this to, again, see who's the strongest, but more just to evaluate their skills. They then go through basics, go a little bit of a montage of the basic classes until the end of the day, where they go through club time, where they finally get to see the club that they chose. And they go through a hazing process. I'm not exactly sure what that's going to be quite yet, but whatever the nerds decide to do to these poor students. The whole school are then... Oh shit, I kind of skipped over. But the main thing that the hazing process is supposed to do, story-wise, is to actually explain the math system. Fucking... this system. This cycle, again, you don't really get a montage of basics. I think basics are going to be like more of a passer through, like da-da-da. But then you kind of get a actual genuine montage of the cycle of going between the club and the classes and the shit with each other. And that he kind of notes in the fact that, ever since the start of the year, everyone died. No one's died since then. And overall, where these tests are dangerous, no one's dying. And it's because death is only permissible under the watch of the principal. At least that's how he feels. Now, this continues until the mid-year sports exam. I'm basically doing the sports art. It's almost straight out blatant, but I'm going to try to set it up where it is more unique to me. But it is just kind of that. The whole school are put against each other in death-defying Olympic-style tests, which guarantee the death of certain students. Each class has to survive, which is also fun. Or, no, because you... Yeah. Each class is put against each other, And at the end of each of the events of the sports exam, a member is dead. There's probably going to be 4 events, so by the end of the sports exam, there's only 20 students. Let's see. Now, the Olympic style tests, at each of these tests, that one guy, the main character's rival, keeps doing kind of fucked up shit until eventually he kills one of his own classmates, which sets off the main character, who in my head I've already had the scene kind of put together where he rips off his own fucking arm out of sheer frustration because he also just had a bit bump of his power, and back arms hand the fucking rival into another building, and then they kind of go all out because the rival just basically made a spontaneous connection. And the main character by doing that, though, it went even further, where yes, he did get a spontaneous connection. On top of that, he reached a certain power, which I need to figure out exactly how it works. It basically is a domain expansion, which completely changes the art style of a certain character, as well as the environment around him. And the main character used that to beat the rival to an inch of his life until the principal had to get involved. And you get a fight against the MC and the principal. It's probably going to be one of the hypest moments in the first season. But the principal has to actually use his ability, because beforehand he's basically been looking like he is just God in the fact that he's just been doing whatever he wants. But now you actually see his specific abilities, because beforehand he's been using what's called basically natural abilities, which is general functions that you can do by simplifying your abilities, and certain functions that anyone can do as long as they have, again, a function. Like every adder can do the same functions because they all share that same chemistry. And beforehand he's been doing a fuck ton of those, but now you actually see his specific desire abilities that goes against the main character to hold him back. Now, in the background, this is probably after this closes, you'll get a scene of a criminal catching wind, or basically getting leaked information of a pale heart, and that the guy revealing this information is going to set up a scene where they can steal it. And the guy doing this is basically the backer of Killer Academy, who it is poses as the prophet with having a pale heart, and he does certain abilities only pale heart people can do, and he tried to legitimize himself. But the thing is, the real prophet, who had 2 pale hearts, was demonized and had his heart stolen, one of them, by that dude. And he is trying to get a second pale heart to become even more than the prophet, so he can beat the prophet and take a 3rd heart for himself. And so he can find, basically, again, I'm just gonna say Jesus, and take his and become God with 4 pale hearts, because a body really can't handle much more than 4 hearts at a given time. Anyways, so yeah, that criminal gets some shit set up, and the second semester starts with the main character joining a fitness club. But he, during his hazing process, doesn't go as expected like last time. Not as much shock, which was expected at this point. They did, but the main character is showing signs that he may be losing hope that he can even stop him from having to kill someone. Studies continue like the previous montage until the near the end of year field trip. Before the final exam, about a month or so beforehand, every class is taken out on a field test to actually see how their training has been doing against genuine psychos. During this is what that setup was told about before, where the main character's class is targeted by that criminal organization. The graduates that were sent with them try their best to hold them off, and we're doing alright-ish enough. And the reason they even attacked was that the principal was told that he was going to be gone. But the principal, being as almighty as he is, he catches wind that something bad is going to happen. Because the reason he's even gone is probably to find fuckers like that. Sorry, I'm trying to read this thing so I know where I'm at. But the MC eventually has to protect the rival from one of the psychos, which pisses off the rival, sending him to doing some pretty illogical, dumb shit, which ended up killing one of the graduates. And the main character had enough of his fucking shit. But before that they could settle this, or settle some shit, the principal finally shows up. He wipes out these guys in spectacular fashion. He has an ability, using his basics, where he can basically multiply his moving force in a small speed and space and instance, while dividing the space, because he has two hearts, because he has two functions. He divides the space between the two, also multiplying the center space, this is force, basically creating a reverse like almost like a reverse vortex, like where it almost vacuums the person around him, like a fucked up affinity. Why I keep comparing this guy to Gojo. And in practice, it makes it where he looks like he could just walk through people. And as he walks through a person, they just explode. He does a bunch of other shit to kill the rest of them before anyone else can get hurt or die. And he takes one of them, takes them to their head hideout, and does a bunch of other fuck shit until eventually he figures that they had prior transmission from an anonymous source, which has information that only people connected to Killer Academy could. Realizing that there is a ball. This was announced at another conference, but that the finals were still going to be held, despite this. And during the finals, the finals were being fought amongst fellow class members. Basically getting that 20 that should be currently around down to 10. And during that, the main character and the rival are gunning for each other, leaving the main character capping out the season by finally killing the rival, making him almost give up on his goal and trying to not kill people, making it to his start of the second year of Killer Academy. So yeah, that's season 1. I think it does a lot to set up the fucking, what's it called? Set up just generally the whole synopsis story. The criminals are going to be really involved in the second and especially the third season. The principal and the professor standing, as well as the main character and a major character death, which actually shakes up the story. Ooh, I feel like I need a break, but I have nothing to do with my life right now. Alright, don't get depressed, don't get depressed. Give me 1 second. All right. Um. So that was the first season of the story. What I wanted to do is pick out which part of the story I'm gonna do a 5 episode pilot on. There's some good potential. Like the opening exam with the principal could work. The moment where they had to go out, but that relies on too much prior knowledge between characters for that to work very well. Um, hmm. I think. Hmm. All right. Whoa. What the fuck? Did I stare at you too hard? Okay. Yeah, I think I'm gonna use my mouse. Or actually, no, I'm gonna use my pen. I think I'm gonna do the pilot. It's gonna start here. Pilot is going to start here. Pilot's gonna start here and go till that's gonna be the part of the story that the pilot's going. So for the purposes of this, I need to do the principal's design. I need to do the MC's design, the rival's design, the number one, fucking student's design, as well. Or actually, maybe not do this part. But that's a lot of fucking characters to do. Hmm. Um. I may instead do when they meet the professor. I think I'm gonna do this part of the story because that means the characters I'd have to think about would be, again, I'd have to do the main character, the principal, and the rival, and the #1 student. Those would be the most important ones to really do. But I also have to at least do the main class of students. All fucking 21. 22, yeah, I was right. 22 of the other students. As well as a couple of at least key other students that aren't part of that. So we're going to aim to make 30 students, principal, and fucking professor, just to throw them in as well. Okay, one thing I was wondering. So, do I do that tonight or do I do that a different day? I wanted to get all of the fucking, what's it called? Yeah, I really wanted to get basically everything set up for tomorrow, but it's starting to get but am I able to pause my stream? I'm considering how much work I'm going to do right now, because I do want to do, like, I wanted to get everything set up so tomorrow I could go straight into just making the fucking pilot. But damn. What's it called? Just gonna look at something quick. Depending on what I see on my phone is gonna depend if I'm gonna do more shit tonight. So I think I made quite a lot of progress. I wrote all this shit down, explained everything, and I put a lot of shit for the story. Did I actually? Alright, so I did write how long I was supposed to stream. It was pretty quite right on that because I did plan on streaming until 2 o'clock in the morning. Underestimate how that was going to take a hold of me. I haven't even ate dinner today. I definitely need a break, at least for a little bit. A lot of thinking. Kind of need to try to come up with some character ideas in the meantime. Again, I just need some ideas for the pilot. Don't even need to do everything. I just need a specific character for the pilot. So I'm gonna go for a minute. Is there a be right back fucking feed? What is be right back? Oh, next I use this. Should make it just for telling people that I'm gonna be back. But for now, this will suffice. Even now, my fucking pen. I'll be right back. I gotta at least use the restroom, and honestly, I kind of want to eat some fucking food real quick. Bro, I just realized I have a feeling that hopefully it won't turn off. But I'm gonna be back. I'm gonna go use the restroom, make me some food. I don't know why though.
tracks.
Ugh. I'm back. I got some food. He's gonna chill for a minute, quite honestly. And, Nugga! What? I didn't even mean to say that, my bad, but fucking... Why the fuck did my streamer set again? Dude, it better not fucking separate them. I'd be fucking pissed. That's not even my main account. I watch YouTube on, so it's just a bunch of random shit. Super jail. I don't know what to watch. YouTube has horrible fucking recommendations. I've actually been watching more shows as recently. Oh, it's just like a short video. Sure, I hate AI as much as so.
Coca-Cola and Starbucks combined by 2030.
I don't know.
How close is OpenAI to becoming the first domino to fall in the collapse of the AI bubble? Well,
I don't know if the audio is good, but I'm probably not going to be talking too much, honestly. I'm just trying to watch something so I can eat.
IPO amid deteriorating financial conditions, all alongside the growing expectation of a taxpayer bailout, revealed that while ChatGPT may have technological value, OpenAI's entire business model is built on enormous.
I got some pretty bullshit ass food. I might eat some chips on top of it because I don't know, I need something. I've not been eating right for a while.
Had reached 5 million registered users, raising over $30 million from investors like Sequoia Capital and securing partnerships with Sprint, Verizon, and AT&T. Insiders later revealed that actual usage had fallen to just 500 daily users, and despite Altman claiming that he could verify the real number was 100x higher.
Yeah, because who the fuck is using AI daily?
Consistent pattern of exaggeration, with one former employee recalling Altman routinely claiming he was a champion ping pong player, only to turn out to be one of the worst in the office. Investor-appointed babysitter Mark Jacobstein described a blurring between "I think I can accomplish something" and "I've already accomplished it," arguing that in its most extreme form, this same mindset was what led to Elizabeth Holmes and Theranos. And while this is just one of many examples, today these same patterns of manipulation and exaggerated promises sit at the center of a former nonprofit that has managed to capture the nation's economy. In 2015, Sam Altman co-founded OpenAI with Elon Musk and a small group of researchers.
I don't know why I feel like I'm lost on this guy is trying to
in a way that benefits humanity as a whole.
Not like I don't understand, it's just what's the point that this guy's trying to get to?
Wait 2 years to change. Tensions quickly surfaced over money, power, and Altman's push to transition OpenAI into a for-profit company under his leadership. In one exchange, co-founder and chief scientist Ilya Sutskever wrote to Altman, "We don't understand why the CEO title is so important to you. It's hard to understand what's driving it." By 2018, Musk had left, leaving Altman as OpenAI's de facto leader and laying the groundwork for its transformation into a for-profit enterprise. Altman would later explain his philosophy, stating, "There is always a lot of focus on technological innovation. What really drives a lot of progress is..."
I feel like maybe it would be
According
having
to
a more
MIT,
direct
AI is now more
thing.
expensive than human workers in 77% of the tasks companies have attempted to automate, with more than half of employers regretting their AI-driven layoffs. And while 95% of corporate AI projects have failed to replace human labor, companies are spending even more money rehiring the workers they laid
Do this without
off,
breaking
raising
anything.
the question, who will
So
ultimately pay
pretty
the
shitty
price for
PC.
this failed attempt to make us obsolete? While it has become unbelievably obvious that these layoffs had very little to do with AI, as less than 1% of layoffs in 2025 resulted from genuine productivity gains driven by artificial intelligence, this relentless pursuit to replace human workers has revealed not only the lengths companies will go to improve the bottom line, but that the broader economy may be an even bigger house of cards than we realize. Similar to how AI companies have reshuffled these same hundreds of billions of dollars between one another through circular financing, big tech has also created the illusion of AI dominance through layoffs. When considering the tsunami of headlines claiming that companies such as Amazon, Meta, Microsoft, and Google were conducting mass layoffs through AI restructuring, you would expect their employment numbers to have collapsed from their 2022 highs. Yet, Microsoft now employs nearly the same number of workers it did in 2024 and over 3% more than in 2023. Google has already surpassed its 2022 employment high after 4 consecutive years of workforce growth, while Amazon remains only slightly below its all-time high after 3 straight years of expansion, hiring more H-1B workers in 2025 than the number of employees it officially laid off. Meaning that in order to preserve the illusion
Weird that
of
motherfucker is still
productivity
alive.
and scare the nation's workforce into submission, big tech led millions of Americans to believe that artificial intelligence
Looks
was
old as
replacing
fuck.
workers on an
Yeah.
unprecedented scale, while in reality, outsourcing American jobs, reshuffling the same highly sought-after talent, and simply rehiring workers shortly after laying them off, all while benefiting immensely from increased stock
Yeah,
prices.
because it
following
turns
AI
out
layoffs.
when you fire all your employees that wanted to work for you and replace them with robots, they completely destroyed any trust you had with them. They don't want to come back when all of that obviously backfired because there's a reason you had people and not some regurgitating vomit that is generative AI running your fucking multi-billion, almost trillion-dollar company. Turned out that's a pretty dumb and stupid thing, and it's really dumb that they did that.
Announcements, ultimately proving that for big tech, the narrative surrounding AI layoffs and artificial intelligence overall capabilities has become far more valuable than the actual layoffs themselves. However, beyond the select few firms with the most to financially gain from the AI race, essentially every other business is now being pressured to adopt AI at virtually any cost. According to the AI layoff trap, a research paper published by Wharton, companies are becoming trapped like a snake eating its own tail, where the paper's co-author, Jerry Sokoloff, stated, "No matter what you do, no matter what the other companies are doing, your best strategy is to adopt as much of this technology as possible, and that's called a dominating strategy in economics." Meaning that regardless of whether artificial intelligence is
It
capable
doesn't matter if it's good, you just gotta do
these
it.
companies
Like,
are
that
being
makes
forced to
sense.
participate under the belief that failing to adopt AI could leave them at a severe competitive disadvantage, where just like the snake eating its own tail, many of these companies are now rehiring the very workers they laid off after AI failed to deliver effective productivity gains, all while continuing to do layoffs and spending billions of dollars on AI initiatives. Ford, after replacing workers with AI, quickly rehired 3
If AI is so fucking good when it comes to increasing productivity, wouldn't you think you'd just throw it on, and it's all supposed to be so cheap, wouldn't you think you'd just throw it on top of employees and you'd basically square your productivity at that rate? Like, what's the benefit of replacing them when you could have just compound them? Any companies ever think that? No, because guess what? It's not cheaper. They had to replace people to think because they thought it would be better, and it turned out they're worse and more expensive. So
350 veteran
that's
gray-beard engineers
multi-billion-dollar
after automated
companies. It's
AI
weird they
quality
made that
control
much money
systems routinely
when they're
missed
this dumb.
critical design and manufacturing defects. Klarna, after boasting it had not hired a single human worker in 2024 and cutting an additional 700 call agents after claiming its OpenAI model was far more efficient, with CEO Sebastian Simonowski even stating, "I'm of the opinion that AI can already do all of the jobs that we as humans do," is now rehiring call agents after admitting its AI-first
No,
strategy resulted
the
in
fuck?
substantially worse quality. even in the simplest examples. Fast food chains have aggressively pushed to replace minimum wage workers, yet McDonald's quietly ended its AI drive-thru pilot after the system repeatedly failed under basic real-world conditions. Orders included totals as high as 260 chicken McNuggets, customers were charged for 9 iced teas instead of 1, and the system routinely placed bacon on ice cream. Pizza Hut is also facing litigation from its franchisees after allegedly forcing the adoption of an AI-powered delivery platform that resulted in roughly $100 million in lost business and enterprise value, proving that instead of making human workers obsolete, many of these AI layoffs have accomplished the exact opposite, leaving companies to absorb the cost of failed attempts to replace human workers while paying even more to rebuild the very workforce they attempted to remove. Even in the few cases
they just spent
where
money
AI
to get something that they
successfully
already
performs
had.
the work companies expect it to, these initiatives still cost far more than human wages. According to MIT, AI was cheaper than humans in only about 23% of the tasks studied. In the remaining 77%, the full cost of implementing and operating AI, including hardware, integration, maintenance, and ongoing operations.
And it's funny, one of the first things we did with robots is, can it smoke?
Uber CTO, for example, recently disclosed that the
Okay,
company
so
burned
that
through
clearly
its
put
entire
that food in my mouth.
2026 AI coding budget in just 4 months.
I think it's funny,
While their
one of the
COO
first
and
things we
president
did with
Steve
robots
McDonald
is,
publicly admitted
can it
that
smoke?
token usage did not directly correlate with useful features being shipped to customers. Microsoft, despite investing approximately $13 billion in OpenAI and generating up to 30% of its own code through artificial intelligence, instructed engineers in one of its largest divisions to stop using an AI coding assistant after the bills became too expensive. One unnamed company, according to Axios, accumulated a $500 million Claude bill in a single month after management failed to establish a usage cap. Even NVIDIA's vice president of applied deep learning acknowledged that the cost of compute for his team now far exceeds what the company spends on the employees using it, meaning that if AI continues to cost more than the workers it was supposed to replace, companies will ultimately be forced to either invest into human workers once again or continue burning billions of dollars on AI initiatives that have yet to generate a single dollar in profit. However, rather than reverse course, companies are instead choosing to shift those costs onto the generation entering the workforce, while certain firms, such as IBM, have already recognized the long-term consequences of refusing to train the next generation by tripling the number of entry-level positions they hire. Much of corporate America is
Yeah, they want fucking job market, so fuck. Well, backstory on me. You wanted to do originally be an engineer. What every femboy fucking twink in Texas does. Yeah, I wanted to be an engineer, a computer engineer. And the school that I was in just completely fucked me for an entire. Jesus, what? Sorry. Through basically all of middle school, fuck, God, shit, the pizza, fuck, some water. Have a cup. Ooh. As I was trying to say, my school district, I'm gonna straight up say it because this shit was pretty fucked. That honestly, it should be getting several lawsuits from many people rather than just me. But I was in the Sheldon district of Houston. It was fucking awful, and I learned nothing but from elementary to what's it called? It's literally graduating. Like from the moment I entered this fucking district to the moment I left, I just never learned anything. I couldn't make any friends. I couldn't do shit. But despite that, I tried so fucking hard. I wanted to be a computer engineer, and to be a computer engineer, know a whole lot of shit. And by the time you get to high schools, when you actually really need the shit to work. But I was dealing with classes with no teachers inside of it for weeks. I was dealing with endless disruptions, either between the internet or students acting out or some dumb shit because the whole school went digital, and it's just always something. testing took over days that could have been used for instruction, and everything was just fucked. Dear God, stay far. Never send your kid to CU King High School if you actually want them to have an education. You're not. The only thing they're going to do is learn how to do drugs. Like, God. But ultimately, I realized, and also on top of that, all this AI shit made learning basically impossible. And every industry that I originally wanted to go into, computer engineering, all the jobs were taken over by AI, and everything was being ruined by fucking AI. And I gave up on all that because where computer engineering was supposed to be my fucking focus for quite some time, I also tried to do as much art as I can because it was always my real passion in my life. Until eventually now, I'm trying to make it my life, but it can never be easy.
Eliminating entry-level positions.
I don't know if I just rambled about nothing, but I just thought it would be worth saying.
According to a survey of over 1,000 U.S. hiring managers, 55% have shifted at least some of their entry-level hiring budget towards AI tools and investments, with 48% stating they would rather invest in AI than hire and train a recent college graduate. A separate Resume.org survey found that by 2027, 47% of employers expect to eliminate entry-level roles entirely, ultimately leaving Gen Z to enter the workforce while not only watching the job market implode in on itself, but also being forced to compete for even fewer positions through platforms filled with AI bots and job scams. According to a study by the Stanford Internet Observatory, researchers uncovered over 1,000 AI-generated profiles with more than 70 businesses listed as employers, creating the illusion of job opportunities simply to extract personal information. And as artificial intelligence makes data extraction even more profitable, individual action becomes the only remaining option. And that's why I've been trusting Delete Me to protect my privacy online. Delete Me is a hands-free subscription service that removes...
Before you go, absolutely, I'm done eating. Or am I done eating? I think I'm just gonna be quiet. I think I'm gonna smoke for real quick before I get back in the swing of things. So, fuck it, play some more.
your personal information from hundreds of data brokers and people's search sites, reducing the risk of your valuable data getting into the wrong hands.
And also,
discussed, and the hundreds of thousands of lives that have sponsoring this video. When considering everything we've discussed and the hundreds of thousands of lives that have already been uprooted and discarded in this pursuit to make us obsolete, the bigger question becomes, if AI continues to fail to deliver on its promises, how did these companies admit they were wrong after spending hundreds of billions of dollars chasing the supposed revolution? Well, the unfortunate reality for us anyway is that they realistically can't. When looking at tech alone,
you kind of fucked up.
Companies in the history of humanity,
like, ultimately speaking, these big ass companies completely fell on their face for the past couple of, like, almost the whole last decade. Because, 2026, all these issues have been really seeded since 2016. Whoa. Stomach. My stomach never wants to sit well. I'm about to smoke, so I'm about to just feel even worse about that. Or better. Smoking has weird effects. But what I was trying to say was, oh yeah, ever since 2016, I think what I'm mainly thinking about is what happens in the game industry. The game industry really started to nosedive after 2016. You really felt in 2017, 2018 was really bad, and you felt that shit by 2019. 2020 solidified that shit. 2021 took it worse. 2022 was really bad. 2023 was really fucking bad. 2024 has been abysmal. 2025 was horrid, and this year is being the worst so far. So especially when it comes to the games industry, and this also goes towards social media, like YouTube's been failing. Just generally, any big tech company has been, at least in my opinion, falling off pretty fucking hard in the last couple of years with the AI becoming such a big thing. Because I hate calling it AI, by the way. It's generative AI. AI has been a thing since fucking ever. Remember fucking RuneScape? There was AI in that. But it wasn't generative AI. It was the introduction of generative AI, which is the process of taking a bunch of shit, mixing it in a bowl, and vomiting it out on your lap. I don't know how this tricked an entire fucking world into believing it's this next revolution when it is just the regurgitation of shit we've already made. AI will never be better than what we've already done. It'll only be the same or worse. I don't know. Again, how the fuck the world was tricked into thinking this was some revolution when it was quite the opposite. It was perpetuating the bullshit that we were already started. Um, So these big companies invested everything into AI under the promises of unlimited money while being able to fuck over everyone, and I get to keep it all to myself. Yippee! In reality, they fucked over themselves, took out any form of loyalty or trust that was left before generative AI, because there wasn't much right before that. Sure shit ain't none now. And now they are going to try to backpedal so fucking hard, but it's all kind of too late. And this is the best opportunity for indie businesses and indie projects and indie things to pop off. Like, if there was a search engine with the same power of Google, I would replace as soon as I can. There aren't, but I don't know, Google, it feels the less annoying about everything. The best thing about Google is when they do shitty shit, they at least shh about it. And they're such a big company that they're pretty flexible. Microsoft, they don't like to shut up about how fucked up they are, and everything else just has been going to shit. I can't wait for the day that YouTube just sucks and can be replaced. So yeah, shit ain't gonna come back. We need to start making some indie businesses, smaller businesses. Stop only relying on these massive corporations.
Amazon, Oracle, Google, Meta, and Microsoft are on track to spend between $700 and $800 billion on AI initiatives this year. That level of spending has become so extreme that aggregate free cash flow among these companies is projected to approach zero or even turn negative by 2027. And that's before accounting for roughly $400 billion in on-balance sheet debt, alongside in a key analysis estimating that they may be carrying as much as $1.65 trillion in hidden obligations through private credit, long-term data center leases, and GPU supply contracts. However, this spending is directly propping up the US economy, with the incentive to keep this train moving now being fueled at a national level. After decades of economic mismanagement left the United States with $39 trillion in debt and on pace to surpass $55 trillion by 2035, the only remaining way to maintain the appearance of economic strength has become the illusion of future growth. And right now, that illusion is being carried almost entirely by artificial intelligence. We can already see how politically intertwined this race has become, with OpenAI reportedly discussing giving the US government a 5% ownership stake as the company seeks
You fucking with me?
for the
They're like,
infrastructure.
the big multi-billion trillion dollar companies aren't supporting it, and they don't have enough money. Government, we need the U.S. government. Give us your defense budget. We'll make fucking Gordon Ramsay fucking spaghetti with his cocoa melon cock or some shit. It's okay. We'll get Disney's approval before we do it.
To continue expanding, meaning that admitting this experiment has truly backfired would no longer threaten only the companies funding it, but due to just how entrenched this AI initiative has become within the economy.
So
it would wipe out trillions of dollars from retirement accounts, trigger mass unemployment, destroy household wealth on a scale rivaling or even exceeding 2008, and stunt an entire generation's earning potential for years, leading me to believe that rather than mass rollbacks on AI initiatives, or companies finally seeing artificial intelligence as just a tool to help workers be more effective, we're more likely to continue seeing headlines about AI layoffs, while many of those same workers are quietly rehired to train the system supposedly replacing them.
Yeah.
And that cycle will continue.
Hey, you want to come work at our place? I know we, what are we gonna do? Oh, so we need you to work on stuff that's we can't figure out because it really doesn't make any sense, but we need you to make it sense so we can replace you later. Yeah, you're like, we'll give you money now, but then you could be broke forever. You know, you're probably cool with that, you stupid poor piece of shit. I know you don't have the GDP of a small country in your back pocket, but, we don't really give a shit about you, so you should help us. Fucking hate companies, man.
Labor, or, in my opinion, the far more likely outcome occurs, circular financing, workforce reshuffling, and speculative investment are no longer enough to keep the gravy train moving, leaving taxpayers to once again bail out enormous amounts of corporate greed. And so what I hope that we're beginning to recognize is that in so many different ways, these AI layoffs don't really have anything to do with AI. It's LLMs to begin with. It isn't even AI. But in one regard, these layoffs allow companies such as big tech the most effective blanket justification to do essentially whatever it is that they want and to be able to profit immensely from that. Everybody else, it's been made unbelievably clear that they have absolutely no issue with gutting the workforce, making hundreds of thousands of workers' lives completely unstable, and burning their empire to the ground just to make sure that their competitor
Well, I
is
like watching this guy,
supported and
honestly.
being
Well, the
properly
last video, I felt
compensated
like
for.
he was kind
It
of,
really is like a snake
I don't know,
oil
I just couldn't
salesman.
follow what the fuck he was trying to
And
get
when
at.
you
But
look at
this
the
video, this is
incentives,
why I like to
I
watch
think
this
all
guy.
of this always boils down to incentives. These companies have made it unbelievably clear that the majority of corporate America and companies all over the world, they've put all of their cards on the table and they've shown that AI isn't really a tool for productivity or efficiency or to make workers more effective, whatever kind of utopian balanced version they're trying to paint. The reality is that they're trying to find a way to be able to replace as much human workers as they possibly can, to do their best to make workers obsolete.
And they only care
It
because they can
sounds
make more
very
money if they can
alarmist,
replace people
but when
without
you look at
spending
the
less
way in which
money.
it's actually being implemented into the workforce, it isn't being used as a tool. It is not making the majority of workers more efficient or effective in their lives or in their jobs. The way it is being led is by layoffs, right? How many headlines have you seen of, you know, AI made workers so much more efficient and effective that they're now being able to have an extra week of vacation versus
Never.
company lays off 15,000 workers for AI restructuring.
Exactly.
I think
Like,
it's very obvious what's happening there.
if this was some grand revolution, if this was really the future of fucking. Do I got. Okay. I thought. Okay. Sidetrack on the sidetrack. I should do some reaction shit, apparently, because I've always thought I could do good reaction shit because I actually, react and talk about my shit. But, yeah, back what I was trying to say. Fuck. My sidetrack maybe lost my sidetrack.
Extra week of vacation.
Okay, that's what I mean. Alright. So, I was trying to say, if AI was this big revolution, if AI was this amazing fucking thing, we'd be having more jobs. We'd have better education. We would be making more money, or at least have the ability to make more money easier. Like, life would be better, you'd think. You'd think certain things of the past would become obsolete. You'd think there'd be some genuine change. Like, there'd be benefits. Where the fuck are they? Where's the good of AI? Where's the positives of AI? Like, where can I get my get out of AI? You don't, because there isn't any. The only people who make money are scammers, porn artists, and that's it. Like, there's. If the only way your fucking product's viable is through scam and porn, something tells me this industry's kind of fucked, if you ask me.
Verse, company lays off 15,000 workers for AI restructuring. Right? It's very obvious what's happening there. So then you look at the scale. I can't think of another thing that has impacted essentially every facet of
It's so fucked,
the
man.
workforce all over the globe.
I'm gonna spark another one.
Everywhere.
We still got
There
like
was no safety checks. There was
it's 8 minutes left.
you know, testing. There was
Probably
no
couldn't
anything.
smoke a
It
whole one,
was
but probably
you have
half.
an opportunity to replace workers.
You know, I'm
Boom,
fire
let's
up.
do it. I can't wait. And then you look at it in the way of the financial incentives. So
I'm gonna pause it real quick and one second.
Markets.
I should totally
Did so much, and there's so much
like
speculation.
once a
But
stream
the
or some
only way that
shit
this bubble
react to a
doesn't
video
burst
while smoking.
is that essentially every worker gets replaced,
Smoke and talk. I don't know.
right? Like
Smoke and
that
talk
is the
segment.
driving factor. And so when you look at all of these incentives, I want to sit here and tell you that yes, this bubble is going to collapse and these companies are going to get theirs and they're dumb and they're stupid and they're paying the consequences and it's backfiring on them and we're totally going to be fine. But that just isn't the reality,
Ish, man.
unfortunately.
No.
And the reason why I say this is because I'm not trying to be doom and gloom and that everything, sucks and we have no power. I'm actually trying to show that I think that this provides us an opportunity to give us the most power that we've had in quite a while.
Literally what the fuck I was saying. Literally what I was saying. That this isn't even necessarily a negative. This is an opportunity to say fuck these dumbass multi-trillion-dollar monopolistic companies that feel that you should pay everything and owe nothing. They think that you're fucking useless. They have no value of human life more than the dollar. Like, and they finally fucked up so hard that even in my opinion, the dumb mass of that is most of humanity can finally see even through their shit. They held behind the absolute opposite of transparency. They're a complete black new was it Vanta black rather than any form of real transparency. Until eventually we had to break that fucking wall, or really they did it themselves, and we could see who these companies where they really are, what they really care about, with how they really operate and work, and the people that started but are currently running the ship. Because there's a reason these companies got so good in the first place. Is we used to they were used to provide genuine, like, I'm trying to think of a good word. Fuck, I close enough. Advancements for life. Like Google search was so fucking good that we use it to this day. The iPhone, people are so loyal to that shit somehow. Like, it's because they used to be good. But now they are run by almost completely different people. They run off a completely different structure. They have a completely different goal than what they used to be. And they are finally revealing that in full on because they got the biggest boner for money through AI. And everyone can see it because they left their fucking fly down. But now this gives us an opportunity to, again, make small businesses, indie projects, smaller shit, restart these brands and with actual trustworthiness and transparency. Also, I kind of paused this guy in one drunk looking ass face. I am so sorry for your face at this current second of life.
I say this is that what I am recognizing is that there is a tremendous narrative from social
I
media.
should cut this into shorts, but I need to actually
every
edit.
single day, and it's the same creator, and it'll be, AI sucks. The AI bubble just popped. The AI bubble's on the brink of collapse.
Yeah, I've seen my fair share of those type of videos.
The AI bubble is about to pop. Get ready. The AI bubble just popped. Sam Altman is panicking. OpenAI is panicking. OpenAI just collapsed. OpenAI is on the brink of collapse. You have this every single day, and they get hundreds of thousands of views. And then you recognize that, well, the majority of these are just AI-generated voices with an AI-generated script sponsored by AI. So, in my opinion, at least, if you have a narrative,
Yeah, that's the most
I'd say it's compromised.
realist fucking thing about YouTube up there. I keep pausing it. I'm sorry, but fucking yeah, all these videos talking shit about AI, and yet they use AI art and AI scripts, fucking AI voice. It's just with the Ouroboros eating its own tail until it's fucking nothing.
How can you be anti-AI and be 100% AI led? It doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
But
yeah, the best way to fucking word that.
To these videos, what it allows me to do at least is feel like I can just sit back and relax because these companies are going to get theirs and I'm going to be fine.
Yeah.
I don't really have
Let
to
them kill themselves. Let them destroy themselves. All that does is make us stronger.
Watch sports and hang out.
Like, you don't always gotta be negative about AI. There really is a positive.
The reality of what's going on. These companies have more power and resources than you can imagine.
Okay, this guy does. This is gonna be dragging on for a while. There looks
They'll
like
do
there's
that
a
at
peak here,
whatever
though. So
cost
let's get there.
necessary. But what they need is human workers.
Yeah,
It's been made very
you
apparent.
can teach a person
We
anything, but
have
you can only teach
opportunities
AI
to
so fucking
say,
much.
yeah, I could come back and work for you, but I'm not going to train those AI models.
Fuck no.
I think that that is a real thing that should be happening. When you look at some of the examples, such as Ford, the 350 Ford workers that came back, yes, they came back to train the emerging generation or emerging workers, but really what they were supposed to do is to retrain the AI model that was failing. And so once they did that, then do they get fired again? And then maybe the model doesn't work as good again, and now maybe 300 instead of 350 come back, and they fix it, and they get laid off, and then maybe 250 come back, and it's this negative cycle. I think that because AI has been predominantly a negative force in many of our lives, I'm not saying that it can't be an efficient and effective tool.
Yeah.
Right? This whole video is not me saying,
I think that the only effective uses of AI is within research. No, hear me out. I know if there's the odd random person saying this. Because I kind of do want to cut this down to some YouTube shorts. I think that I kind of got lost because the fuck did he just say again?
that an efficient and effective tool.
Okay. Well, I was trying to say, yeah, I lose my fucking track and I have to just listen to myself before I lose my track again. There are some effective ways of using a generative AI, but it's not art. First things first, no. On a fundamental level, art is a human expression. Human. There's no AI. Now you can use a AI tool to make your art, and by that I mean like digital tools, because that's still technically using AI. Well, not even, no. It's just intelligence or just coding for these programs and shit. Or you throw your shit in a background remover, Photoshop. Like there's all sorts of tools, but they are tools that a human uses. What they want from generative AI is to cut the human out. Just a tool that does shit. There is no fucking. They don't want humans to be a part of it because humans cost money. And since the tool already costs money, stupid amount of money, they can't possibly put it on top of humans. Because that's just. The productivity is not how they would you think of it. You're not squaring it. No, you're basically adding like an extra 5, 10, 20%. But it costs more than even the 100% you started with. You're spending more money for 20% than you did for 100%. These tools don't work for art at all. I think even on just a like look at it scale, I think a lot of it's gross, ugly, at best generic and soulless. Like you can always kind of tell when something's AI, especially if it's like fan art. They always have some either basic, kind of glossy, overexposed, over saturated look to it all because it uses an aggregate of a million plus different sources. So ultimately, you can never do anything unique because you're stuck with so much information and you're constantly hitting the median between it. At no point will you ever actually get a comfortable extreme or tameness out of it. You'll only get some weird in between slop. The best word that I think the internet has ever came up with this shit is it's straight up slop. Now, good uses I think are only limited to coding. I think the way AI aggregates its information and putting it together works very well for coding because you're basically just telling an AI the rule set and how it works and the language to express the functionality. That's why I'm okay with using it to help me make my game, and I think it is something worth investing in for companies because it can massively accelerate the rate that you can create systems. You can literally type in an AI exactly a pretty complex system that would have taken you fucking hours to figure out, and it'll make it for you in minutes, and you just have to kind of adjust it sometimes. Luckily, the issue with research is the fact checkability of shit. With coding, it's easy to fact check it. Does it run? You just copy paste it, run the thing. If it don't work, then you kind of have to make it work. If it does work, then it's good. It's that easy to fact check a code for AI because you're using it. I think the only other way I've seen AI maybe be useful is for research. Again, the way it aggregates its information makes it where if it actually it said I'm gonna go into the what it should do is if it pulls from right sources and like asking a question and if it uses from its wealth. God damn. Okay, well, what I'm trying to say is the way AI aggregates all its information makes it where whenever you can look up anything, it can pull from so much sources that it can tell you a very specific thing and details and everything on anything. And it can be very good for that. Issue is where it's pulling that information from. Because right now it's pulling from anything and everything. Reddit, fucking probably 4chan, like just some random ass shit. Anything on the internet it'll pull from and tell you it's true. That is the issue with research. That's why I think like between 40 to 60% of shit that it will tell you it's just either kinda off, wrong, misinformed, or straight out a lie. I think if they made more focused models that only pull from certain websites, like Wikipedia. Wikipedia's here and there if it's good, but in my opinion, I think Wikipedia is actually pretty good for research. But Wikipedia, governmental um, websites releases, or like forums or some shit like I forget what it's called, but the one that's really good for fact checking. But like if you use specific websites that are credible and only pulled from those, I think it actually does have potential for good research. After that, I mean, like economic kind of relate, like finances, taxes, like because ultimately AI is just congregating mass amounts of information to give you a response based off of what you want from that information. So it's hard because again, that's why it doesn't work for art. It's why it doesn't work for writing. Like it has good grammar. That's as far as good as writing goes, but has no soul, has no anything with it. It can fake it, but only based off of other people's shit. You'll never get anything unique out of AI. That's why it's a tool, not a replacement for people. I think I got a little too sidetracked on this one.
Like, this whole video is not me saying that LLMs are not an effective tool on for certain individuals for certain tasks, right?
Yes.
But in many
Again, another pause. Which is that's another good point. Which is not everyone needs AI. Like for coding, you need AI if you already know the function that you're fucking making. These companies are want to invest in people because they already know it. Again, you can teach someone anything. You can only teach AI so much.
many regards, all of our lives, every crevice of everything.
And it shouldn't be forced down our throats, even if you can do it by yourself. If you can do it by yourself, you shouldn't be forced to use something that you can already do.
People have been laid off. So many different families have been wrecked. So many different things have happened. And it's been made apparently clear that they have no problem gutting our community for AI, right? And so it gives us the first unifying driver, at least in my adult life, to pursue a collective.
I'm gonna kind of lay down a bit because my legs are gonna get cramped, and I'm trying to relax before I get back into the swing of art. So I'm gonna be a little down here for a minute. Don't worry about me.
And believing that the person right in front of you is the real enemy, and says, you know what, maybe it is something bigger, and maybe there is something that I can do about it. To me, it is unbelievably motivating to see communities actually come together and say, you are not going to put a data center in my backyard.
Yeah, fuck you, bitch. Okay. Pause. Those stupid ass cameras that they're forcing on people's fucking front lawns are such an egregious breach of our fucking amendment rights and constitutional rights that we have by living in this, in my opinion, best country in the world. Even if we have some problems right now. Everyone's having a lot of problems in the world right now. But it's insane that they're gonna take a country all about fucking freedom and privacy and be like, we're gonna put a camera in your front yard and stare at you at all points of time and write down any information we want, and you're gonna be okay with it, and no matter what. Yeah, fuck you.
Do something. It's been decades since that's happened. It's actually happening. You have college students booing people giving speeches.
Yeah,
It's
fuck you,
amazing.
bitch.
That signals to everybody else that the emerging generation is not going to fall for this. That's very powerful. And so what I really just kind of want to do is I want to lean more in this direction of right now we have some momentum behind us. We have some sort of collective unifying force that is pushing us in a certain way. And I just want to make sure that as some of us start to get rehired for these layoffs and the AI
2 minutes left.
Narrative begins to kind of dissipate, different things like that, that we don't begin just kind of sitting back and putting our heads back in the sand. There's so much more work.
That was my original way of going about it. But now I'm almost like an anti-AI activist.
People,
At least in the way I speak about it.
I would say predominantly the young generation, to really begin to dictate what does the future look like, to finally be the first generation that stops kicking the can down the road. So, while yes, I would say that in many regards, this video is still kind of like not the best news that you would want to hear.
Oh, no. I'd actually like to say that, no, like, this is a pretty hopeful video, at least if you take it like how I'm taking it. I think this guy's put up a lot of points against AI, especially in the fact that we have control now, because they let it go to AI. So now we are able to basically do whatever the fuck we want, because no one wants to trust these companies anymore. I think, as a matter of fact, no, I don't think this was a negative video as far as negative against AI. If you're AI bro, you're probably sad about it. But as an actual artist, a genuine like person, a part of these communities that are currently basically under attack by AI, I actually find this video rather hopeful.
I think that this provides a lot of opportunity for great things to be happening in the future. I hope that this allows new businesses to be created, new unions to be formed to offer some sort of
I hope so, man.
unity, some sort of backing behind individuals stepping up and saying, I'm not going to just get hired for to train AI models or whatever the case is.
Yeah, fuck that.
So
I ain't ever gonna take a job that has anything to do with an AI shit.
this conversation as well, and I hope
Like,
that maybe was able to leave you
someone close family member, family friend kind of motherfucker, literally, like, I keep pausing the video, but guess what? React video should be doing what I'm doing. You're not supposed to play half the video and say nothing. But I have a family friend. He's like within his 30s, late 30s at this point, but he works for a company that builds these data centers. And I actually was able to get more of an insight on the hiring process that these companies go about and the actual logistics of how they go about setting up these places. They ask basically minimal questions. They get the basic minimal permissions from people. They barely try to make things clear to the actual communities that are going to be affected by this. They are massively, instead of hiring anyone with actual degrees, they are massively hiring immigrants, people who don't even know what the fuck they're doing and they have to train. I don't want to keep calling him a family friend. He, like, in terms of, like, if he was a family member, he'd be like an uncle. So let's call him an uncle. This uncle basically has to spend most of his time training so many immigrants, a lot of people that can't even speak fucking English, to know how to do basic shit that, again, we have people going to school, going four plus year degrees, and they are not able to find jobs because shit is so expensive that they're trying to keep shit so cheap that they'll just hire one guy that does know what he's doing and hire a bunch of people that have no idea so they can pay him as little as possible so they can fuck over communities. And a lot of these places aren't even set up safely. They're kind of jerry rigged the shit out of. Because where there's the mega centers that look like fucking malls of a fucking data center and the multi-star. Like, there's also, for every mega center, there's these shitty tiny ass ones that can cause fires, that are built out of fucking, I forget the name, but they're what, A1 workers or some shit, where they're not properly trained or suited for this work. And people just get fucked over, man. And these companies are gonna make no money from it. So ultimately, this whole country's gonna get pretty broke. I think it's the most bleak thing, that for us to take control, we have to be broke first. But I'm gonna let this video play out. I'm gonna come back to actual work.
And it does feel like we're fighting these immense giants. But I think that when you put us together, then amazing things can happen. And I think that that's why they work so hard to divide us. So I
Damn
hope that this
fucking
is
straight.
I greatly appreciate your support, and I really value your time. So thank you so much for sitting through this. If you would like to be a part of this channel and support kind of the mission that I'm trying to do here, I'd greatly appreciate it if you like the video, if you haven't already done so, and subscribe to the channel.
I don't know if I'm subscribed. I will if I'm not. Lump. And that was a good ad video. Ugh. Yeah. Fuck AI. Ugh. Well, now I actually have to work again. Some bullshit. I don't know if I will. I gotta. Meh. Meh. Hmm. Oh, what? Yeah, I think I am just gonna have to cut it here. First, let me make sure that this wasn't a full separate stream, basically just for me to do a react. I think still one stream. I think it's just been a bit more. I didn't hit the 6 hours. I'm probably gonna rename the video just so I'm not gonna like false advertise for what the fuck. I wasn't even sure if I was gonna be able to. I was a little overzealous of myself. I just need to get shit started sooner, but I really have been working all day. Tomorrow we're gonna get some real ass art done. I want literally everything set up. I think by the end of tomorrow, I am gonna make sure that the day after we're gonna get that first fucking episode worked on for that pilot. I don't know if I'd be able to finish it in one fucking day. Oh yeah, I don't know. But I think I should at least be able to get the sketch and shit set up so I can continue to make episodes because I need to make a template. Um, and how would I? Okay, that's some shit I'd have to figure out. So I think that's all for this time. Tomorrow we're going to get those characters made. And while doing that, we're also going to be uh doing the style because I need to actually oh fuck. I need to actually figure out what type of art style I'm really going to be going for. And because I need something pretty simple because I need to be able to pump this fucking show out. I, I really want to be able to make an episode a week. That's the main reason I'm doing a pilot before I do the real show. Is I'm trying to see how I can do at least one episode a week. Because let me just quickly look this up properly. Keyboard. How many animals do you need per episode? It's Webtoon. Yeah. they want me to make 40 fucking panels, and I already did like visualize this, but that's a lot. So to be able to pump out that much stuff and actually have at least cool looking, uh, like action sequences is what I really was trying to get at, and that's why a lot of episodes have those big gaps between them. And I'm sorry to say I'm gonna have to kind of do that as well. I also am not the one that also not completely against the fact that a lot of webtoons have those bigger white gaps because it helps with pacing. Uh, I've always kind of let things go from panel to panel to panel to panel. Like actually, since I've let me just uh, open something real quick. But yeah, I can't see until I open up the image. Where the fuck? I just had it pulled up. Yes, right here. Uh, just for like a quick sec. I just want to admire this thumbnail. This thumbnail, it pretty dope, and I made it pretty quick, obviously, but I wanted to have this kind of quick, thrown together style, but actually still making it look kind of stylistically neat looking, in my opinion. But the thing I wanted to look at was this is from a different story that I've been working on for, or was working on for quite a lot of time until it became too big. It's kind of like my end goal for stories I want to make, but this is some of the shit I have done, and it is like from one scene straight into the other. It's how I did it, but it's because I wanted to get a lot of shit down very quickly. Or no, I wanted to get everything down with most minimal space because the show was done for a competition, which I did very well in, by the way. And so I needed all the art to be like I basically need to do as much art as I can with the limited amount of space. So this in itself, like the amount of panels that would be in here, would have probably been like if I used the same strip. Like, well, what I'm trying to say is, if I had the same, like, if I had to do the 40 panels and these type of strips, and if I did the bigger gaps between these, what's it called? Like boxes or whatever the fuck, I would have been able to turn this into like two, almost like two and a half of these strips if I put proper spacing between the two. So this combine. Wait, wait. Oh no, my mom. Thank God that was all that was on here. That was a cool ass place to go to that one time. You gotta be careful with that, Alex. Okay, scroll up a little and click to this one. This was the second part for that. Now, I'm not going to be able to get to this level of detail with the fucking, especially with the pilot, but with the other show, because this was done over the course of like weeks. Like, this took like a month almost for like just this strip done alone, but it's because I wasn't able to work on it how I wanted to. But I was able to make some pretty dope ass shots this part. Because that person's supposed to be splitting into two different people. And yeah, this was the guy that kicked that guy ass. And I love this shot. I used that Orion bubble because I'm not I am not above using fucking effect brushes for like shit like that. Like that's how all of the like what's it called? If I go up here real quick again, like the fire shit, like all this stuff was done with a certain brush. But like if I do all this, that those little droplets of rains, all those little dashes in the sky, that was a brush. But same thing with the grass and whatnot. But funny enough, the lightning was actually hand drawn. I think it's because one is pretty simple to do lightning. I think it's more clear. Like look at that right there. That was very obviously hand drawn. Same shit with like over here. The little water droplets here were hand drawn and whatnot. And I try to keep most shit hand drawn if it's not too much work to do it by hand. But if it's like pretty easy, just do it and it still looks within the same style. I'm not opposed to just using some effect brushes. Like I use neon brush a lot ish, but I've been kind of laying off and do more just hand drawn effects. Like for example, his little eye is a texture that I drew further up ahead, and yeah. But look at this explosion. That whole explosion is obviously hand drawn. All that's hand drawn. This was done with a neon brush, so it is still hand drawn for the most part. This was done with a mix of a couple different brushes, and this sequence was fucking insane to get done and drawn properly. And I still feel like I didn't do it quite right, even though it's pretty fucking dope. I always feel pretty good about my art when I come back to it in the moment. I always think it looks like shit. And yeah. Yeah, this shit is pretty cool. I love his little fucking face. One of my favorite black characters I've ever made. I have quite a few. I've already thought about, but yeah, I've tried to do a lot of the rocks by hand, like though that rock, that rock, that rock. A lot of these rocks were done by hand because they were just kind of like just thrown by. I couldn't do too many because I threw some extra brushes in, but a good amount of them were just done by hand. But I was running out of time by doing this shit around this time, and you can tell pretty quickly because um, all of these rocks were clearly done by a brush. But I think since you already saw so many hand done rocks, and I drew some extra shit on top of these rocks, you kind of can't immediately tell that these weren't just an effect brush thrown out. And yeah, that's a better look on the eye texture I ended up drawing. And yeah, this sequence again. That rock brush is even more obvious because again, I was really running out of time by the time I made it down to this one. I still think I did how I wanted pretty well, and the lighting was pretty dynamic even for a still frame. So yeah, this type of shit I can do if I have the time. I wanted to go back and see. Say it's not. It was funny. I made a very detailed version of his eye just to make it fucking minuscule on any time it's really seen. Like I wish I could zoom in further, but I can't. Yeah, by the way, this character is basically Black Jesus. It's pretty dope. um, yeah. But yeah, my point with this is, with between this and the last one, it would basically be like almost a full episode if I did proper spacing. If not, probably like one more strip because it's like one of these is basically the same as like. Well, because I think it's like five. Well, basically, this is almost like a full episode between this and the last one, especially with how good the art is. But since I don't want the spacing to be too drastic, I'm probably gonna make it more where it's like this is like 1.5-ish, and that'd be a 3. And so it should be only 3 of these strips. I'm hoping I can get a whole episode with 3 of these condensed strips in terms of what it is. But with the proper spacing, it could be brought up to 5. So because I think I want it to just be 5 strips, so yeah, maybe. Again, when I get to it, we'll get to it. Um, but yeah, get excited. Check out merch, Patreon, and all that shit. Oh, I just remembered one thing I still have yet to do. That's for me to worry about tomorrow. Tonight, I should probably get some sleep. I have not been sleeping right. But yeah, that's all for this time. If you like the stream, like it. If you did, dislike, have something to say, in the comments. And well,